Right. How's it going tonight? We are about to play some Marvel Champions. We've got I just got the Wasp Hero pack in the mail today, so we're gonna try her out. I built up an aggression deck with her. I thought her pre-constructed deck looked kind of bad, so um, I haven't played the deck, so we'll see how it goes. We're gonna start up through the Red Skull campaign. So we've got expert Crossbones. We aren't playing with the expert rules with health that carries over scenario to scenario, just because I don't find that very fun. Personally, we are playing with the level 2 and 3 villains and the expert cards and stuff. So, um, yeah, that expert campaign where you have to carry your health over just kind of adds a weird gaminess to it where you have to include healing cards in your deck and you end up like trying to run out games longer than you normally would so you can heal and stuff. So we've also got Ant-Man. He's in Justice here, and we're gonna see what we can do here. So before we get into it, we've got a cool comic book. So let me read you some flavor text. Avengers Tower. Avengers, come in. This is Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Project Pegasus is under attack. An army of Hydra soldiers has laid siege to the facility. Crossbones is leading the assault. We need you there now. Tell your men to hold the line, Fury. The Avengers are on the way. So, oh, yeah, move it up a little bit. You see the bottom there? Yeah, Crossbones is attacking this shield base. And it says, Crossbones is leading an army of Hydra soldiers in a direct assault on the Project Pegasus facility in the Adirondack Mountains. So, we're all set up. Crossbones starts with his machine gun in play. He also starts with the top card off the experimental weapons deck, which is Power Gauntlets. It says, attached to the villain. After the attached villain attacks and damages you, discard one card. That's what we got going on there. So, I believe we're all set up. Let's see what we drew as our opening hands. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? We got Energy, Army of Ants, Wrist Gauntlets, Pim Particles, Swarm Tactics, and Lay Down the Law. So we don't really need Swarm Tactics or Lay Down the Law. I kind of like Wrist Gauntlets and Army of Ants. Wrist Gauntlets is really good for being able to stun and confuse the enemy. So maybe we'll keep those and draw two more. We drew Resize and Under Surveillance. That all seems fine. See what we got for Wasp here. And again, I haven't played with Wasp at all. Like, I looked through her cards and built up this aggression deck. So we'll see how it goes. So we've got Power of Aggression, Pim Particles, Skilled Strike. We kind of want some setup cards, and we haven't drawn any. So maybe we just toss all of this. I wouldn't mind getting an ally out there, but we'll toss all of that and see what we draw. Avengers Mansion, Swarm Tactics, another Dropkick, and Mockingbird. All right. Can probably work with that. So, let's get into it. The volume sounds alright and stuff. Just let me know. I'm trying out autofocus on this camera because there's been some weird focus issues here lately, but hopefully autofocus goes alright. Well, we'll all find out together. Alright, so Ant-Man's got Resize, Under Surveillance. So first off, he's going to flip to Giant Size, and he's going to attack for 3. Taking Crossbones down to 25. Then we're going to play Resize to change to Tiny Form. Oh, also, when he flips to Giant Size, he does a damage, so he's down to 24. Resize, change your other hero form and draw a card. So we're going to change to tiny form, which would remove one threat from a scheme, but there is not currently any threat. So we do get to draw a card. We drew another army of ants. So we're going to use Pim Particles to pay for one of these army of ants. Pim Particles in tiny form lets us draw a card. We drew Mockingbird. We're going to use Mockingbird to play another army of ants. We're going to use Under Surveillance to pay for Wrist Gauntlets. We're going to use 2 energy. We're in tiny form, so Wrist Gauntlets lets us confuse an enemy. So Crossbones comes in and is immediately very confused about the whole situation. We'll tap our 2 army of ants to do 2 more damage. Down to 22. And I think that is it for him. Wrist Gauntlets is tapped. Okay, so let's see what Wasp has going on. So we drew Mockingbird. Swarm Tactics, change your other hero form, ready your hero. Alright, so Wasp's thing is, while she's in alter ego form, we can use an action to shuffle up to 2 cards with a printed mental resource back into our deck. So we'll shuffle these 2 allies back in there while we're here. And shuffle up. Then we're going to flip 2. So when she is in tiny form, she's got 1/1/2, bad stats. Response after Wasp or an event you play defeats a minion or side scheme. Deal 1 damage to the villain. Or when she's giant, 2/2/3, and threat you remove using your basic thwart power can be divided among schemes as you choose. And the same thing for your basic attack. You can split the damage up however you want. So we're going to turn Giant. And also I've got these I've got this fancy like sleeve thing for these triple form heroes, but it doesn't show up very well on the on camera. Like it has a lot of glare issues and just kind of makes the card look weird. So I'm working on, figuring out some other kind of sleeve situation. But for the time being, we're just going sleeveless on the heroes. Let's see what we got. Giant. We might actually. Well, hold on. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think. No, it doesn't work. Hold on. I really would like to play this Dropkick and Avengers Mansion, but I don't know that I can do it. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because like I would have to use Power of Aggression and pay for Dropkick, which would leave me a card short for the other. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I think we're just going to get Mockingbird out instead of Dropkick. So that's 1, 2, 3. Actually, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We get Mockingbird out. She stuns Crossbones. Can't do anything with those, which is a shame, but what are you going to do? So Wasp attacks and Mockingbird attacks for 3 more damage, taking him down to 19. Wasp gets a consequential damage. How are you guys doing out there in Twitch land tonight? Anything Anything fun going on? I've been excited about Wasp for a while. She got delayed like infinitely. The release windows on all this stuff is all out of whack right now. So the question for Wasp is, does she hold on to Avengers Mansion? And I think probably not. So Wasp drew Tigreal or Relentless Assault, Ant-Man. So Ant-Man and Wasp's signature allies can't be played because they're the same as the... Basically, I'm playing as those characters. So this is basically just a wild resource when I draw it. But I did draw some good minions. Allies, so that's good. See what Ant-Man drew. Ant-Man drew Quinn Carrier, Pym Particles, Giant Stomp, Hive Mind, and Jessica Jones. Quinn Carrier is good because I really like to feed. It lets you trigger Risk Gauntlet significantly more often, and stunning and or confusing each round is good. So, gonna ready up. And the villain's gonna go. We get 2 threat on the main scheme. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. Wasp had these 2 cards left over. She's going to pay to discard this Power Gauntlets instead of holding on to Power of Aggression, because that seems better. She gets her combat training as her final card. Okay, so 2 threat on the main scheme, and Crossbones comes to attack Ant-Man but becomes unstunned. Crossbones attacks Mockingbird, and forced to interrupt before that is Crossbones Machine Gun, which says, when Crossbones attacks you, remove 1 ammo counter from the top of this card and discard the top card of the encounter deck. Take indirect damage equal to the number of boost icons on the discarded card. So, that's great. Why not? 1 indirect damage. Not the worst. Actually, you know what? No. I think we can freely assign indirect damage without having to have like Mockingbird defend. And if that's true, let me just double check the rule on that. Indirect damage dealt to a player or group of players must be split among all characters that the specified players control. While assigning indirect damage, a character cannot be assigned more indirect damage than would cause it to be defeated. All right, great. So 1 indirect damage on Mockingbird because she was about to tank a hit for us anyway. And then Crossbones attacks, base attack of 2. 3 damage coming in, Mockingbird blocks it. Great job, Mockingbird. We get some encounter cards. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Weapon Master. When revealed, hero form. The villain attacks you. If they have a weapon attachment, this card gains Surge. He does have a weapon attachment, so he attacks us and we get another encounter card. He's got a base attack of 2. First off, we get Shot At for 1 indirect damage, down to 12 health. 11 health, from 12 health. There we go. And then he's going to attack. I think we're just going to tank this one for 3 damage. Down to 8 health. We get another encounter card. This one is Crossbones Assault. Starts with 4 threat. And it says, Crossbones is a heartless killer, but he's not a psychopath. His assault on Pegasus is ruthless and efficient. When defeated, Crossbones activates against the player who defeated the scheme. So, great. Over here, we get a Hydra Soldier. It's got Guard, which means Wasp can't attack Crossbones while that's out there. And when defeated, deal the engaged player an encounter card. So, not the worst. First player comes over here. And let's see what we can do here. All right, so what do we got? We would love to get Relentless Assault out, and we would love to get Combat Training out, but I don't believe we can do both of those things. So, that's a shame. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna pay 3 to get Tiger out. Wasp is going to attack, do 2 damage there. Tiger is going to attack and do 2 damage there. And she heals a consequential damage if she kills a minion, so she's still at full health. Alright, see what Ant-Man's got going on. Ant-Man has got Giant Stomp is alright. Yeah. Right, okay. So, first off, Ant-Man is going to switch to, before he switches, he's going to use Army of Ants to do 2 damage. Down to 17 health. Then he's going to switch to Giant Form, which does 1 damage. Down to 16 health. Yep. Then we're going to pay 3 to get, pay a different 3, is what I meant. Pay those 3 to get Quinn Carrier into play. Playing Pim Particles in Giant Form also heals you for 2 damage, so he's back up to 10. We're going to tap Quinn Carrier and Wrist Gauntlets and spend 1 fist to stun Crossbones. And Ant-Man is going to attack for 3, taking him down to 13. Actually, back up to 16. Ant-Man is going to have thwarted for 2 in tiny form before flipping up. Yeah, because his thwart is 2. So, see how long we can keep this from popping off, basically. All right. Wasp is going to keep Combat Training in hand and draw 2, 3, 4. She draws into Nick Fury, Pinpoint Strike, Red Room Training, and Pim Particles. Red Room Training says, while you're in Giant Hero form, you gain Retaliate 1. While you are in Tiny Hero form, your basic attacks gain Piercing, which means they go through tough status cards. And Pinpoint Strike is, from as far as I can tell from glancing at it, looks like her best hero card. It says, deal 7 damage to an enemy. If you are in Tiny Hero form, this attack gains 1 additional damage and gains Overkill, which seems pretty alright. And Ant-Man draws 4 cards because he's got a small hand size in Giant form. And we drew Clear the Area, Team Building Exercise, Power of Justice, and Agent Coulson. Alright, so 3 threat on the main scheme because this has a acceleration token on it. Crossbones goes to attack Wasp, but instead becomes unstunned. Crossbones attacks Ant-Man, shoots his machine gun at him for 2 indirect damage, down to 8 health. And we're going to have Tigra block the hit. 2 base attack, 3, 4. See you later, Tigra. And get some encounter cards. Encounter card. Encounter card. Full auto. When revealed, discard X cards from the top of the encounter deck where X is Crossbones attack. Take 1 indirect damage for each boost icon discarded this way. Cool. So his attack is 2 currently. So, 1 indirect damage. Not the worst. Certainly could have been worse. Let's see. Ant-Man gets also a full auto for 4 damage, which is significantly more damage. So he's down to 4 health. So I see a yeah, I see him recovering next turn. But let's see what happens. This comes over here. Yeah. Alright. He's going to tap Quinn Carrier and Risk Gauntlets and discard the Power of Justice to stun Crossbones. Then he's going to flip down to Alter Ego mode. Says, time to unwind. Response, after you change to this form, heal 1 damage from Scott Lang. So he's up to 5. Then he's going to heal for 3 more, getting him back up to 8 health. And we're going to spend 2 cards to get Team Building Exercise into play. Which says, exhaust Team Building Exercise to play a card from your hand that shares a trait with your hero, reducing its cost by 1. So that will be handy in the future. Let's see what Wasp has going on. Whoop. Hey, Will Hakewood. Thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. How are you doing tonight? Hopefully you're enjoying the Marvel. You a Marvel player yourself? Let me see what we got for old Wasp here. So, like, we'd really like to get combat training into play because she's going to be attacking almost every turn, basically. So, I mean, I guess we just do it. So let me see. 1, 2. I guess the question is, do we gamble by going to tiny form? Alright. She's going to thwart for 2, first off. Take that down to 1. Yeah, hope you enjoy it. Like I said earlier, I just got Wasp in the mail today, so I was excited to try her. And I had been planning on taking Ant-Man and Wasp together through the campaign ever since they were announced like 8,000 years ago. So, you know, now seemed like the time. So we are going to play... You know what? We'll gamble on it. Why not? Wasp is going to flip down to tiny form. We're going to spend 2 resources to play combat training, which gives her +1 to her basic attack. Also, we spent a Pim Particles in tiny form, which lets us draw a card. On the off chance we draw a double resource card, we can play Pinpoint Strike. We have not done so. But we can now play Giant Help, which says remove 3 threat from a scheme. Remove a total of 4 threat divided among schemes as you choose instead if you're in giant hero form. So, can't do that, but we can remove 3 from that. Just to, do something with it. Okay, so we're going to ready up. Draw some cards. See what we got. Eventually, we're going to draw Ant-Man's helmet. Hey, there it is. Ant-Man's helmet is extremely good. Again, Wasp is already in play, so we can't play the signature ally. Ant-Man's helmet is like his... You just really want this card out there. It says, after you change to giant hero form, heal 2 damage from your hero. After you change to tiny hero form, draw 1 card. So basically, it just rewards you for playing the game. It's very good. So, what did Wasp get? Wasp got Genius Biosynthetic Wings. Gives you the aerial trait, which basically doesn't do anything. When you would take any amount of damage, if you're in tiny hero form, exhaust Biosynthetic Wings to prevent 1 of that damage. We drew the Wasp ally, which is a super good ally. 0 cost, but for every energy resource you spend to pay for her, she gets 1 hit point, basically. And then she's got 3 attack. So as long as you have at least 1 energy in hand, she's a 1 cost blocker, or a 2 cost, 3 attack, 1 block, whatever. Just a really good ally. Okay, so we get 3 threat on the main scheme. We get Ant-Man getting attacked, but instead Crossbones becomes unstunned. Wait, that's not true. Crossbones would scheme over here, but instead he becomes unconfused. He would attack over here, but instead he becomes unstunned. There we go. We're very stunning and confusing. So then we get some encounter cards. Easy enough. Hydra Sidearm. Attached to the villain. When the attached villain attacks, the attack gains ranged. It also gives him +1 base attack. Put this threat over here. And ranged attacks ignore retaliate. So, Legions of Hydra also showed up, which you very much do not like to see. Legions of Hydra says, when revealed, if Madam Hydra is not in play, search the encounter deck and discard pile for Madam Hydra and put her into play engaged with you. Then shuffle the encounter deck. Place 2 additional threat here for each Hydra enemy in play. So, 3, 4, 5, and it's going to be 6, 7 for Madam Hydra. Legions of Hydra gets my vote for just the worst. Just the worst. So, Madam Hydra comes out. She's got 6 life, 2 scheme to attack. Madam Hydra cannot take damage while the Legions of Hydra side scheme is in play. As a forced response, after Madam Hydra schemes or attacks, place 2 threat on the Legions of Hydra side scheme. Yeah. Big not a fan of that. Will Haig, who's your favorite hero to play? I think mine are probably Ant-Man and Miss Marvel. I really like Miss Marvel a lot. Okay, so, we need to get rid of this ASAP, basically. So, we don't have a lot of great options for it on Wasp's turn here. So she's going to flip up to giant form. What does Ant-Man have going on? He doesn't have any good thwarting options, which is a real shame. It's a real shame. So basically we can thwart for 4 all together. If we got Wasp and Spider-Girl into play, which is what we're going to do. So we're going to pay 2 light energy resources to get Wasp out here with 2 hit points. We're going to pay 2 to get Spider-Girl out here. When Spider-Girl comes in, you stun and confuse a minion, which is not normally something that you really care about doing, but Madam Hydra is a pretty good target for it. Philbo, how are you doing? What's the good word, man? So we're going to thwart for 2, 3, 4. That's all Wasp has. So Scott Lang is going to pay 3 to get his helmet out. Then he's going to swap to Giant Form, which with his helmet out here heals him for 2 up to 10. And does 1 damage to an enemy. Then we're going to play Resize, which says change to your other hero form and draw a card. We drew Quake. We're going to switch to Tiny Form, which says remove 1 threat from a scheme. We'll remove 1 from the main scheme, I guess. Oh, also, 2, 3, 4. It's got 3 left on it. That's going to have 3 left on it anyway, so probably we just leave 1 on there and thwart 1 more off the main scheme, and then Ant-Man's going to thwart for 2 and just clear off the main scheme just to try to keep that from popping off as long as possible. Since we weren't going to be able to clear this turn anyway. Or actually, hold on. That might not be true. Okay, hold on. Let me get my math right here. That was the beginning of the turn. We did 2, 3, 4. He pinged 1 off by switching to Tiny Form. Right, we can make this work. Oh, also, when we change to Tiny Form, we get to draw a card from his helmet. Forgot about that. Clear the area. That's nice. We're going to play Skilled Investigator. We're going to use these 2 Army of Ants while I'm thinking about it and take this down to 13. And we're going to use Team Building Exercise and Quinn Carrier to play Quake for free. Running out of room here. Quake is going to thwart for 1. Right there. Which lets us tap Skilled Investigator to draw a card. And then we can use Giant Strength to pay 4, clear the area, and remove 2 threat from this. Nope, hold on. We already removed 2 threat from this. This is gone. Okay. Clear the area, removes 2 threat from this. There we go. We got there in the end. Ooh. Circuitous turn, that one. But it's a thing that happens in this game. Ready all these guys up. Trying to keep these things as visible as humanly possible here. Okay. So we draw some cards. Ant-Man drew Giant Strength, Ironheart. So Ironheart's a new card. I love this card. It's basically a much worse Maria Hill, but Maria Hill's like the best card in the game. So after you play Ironheart from your hand, draw one card. They specifically added from your hand, so you can't get into rapid response shenanigans drawing a bunch of cards. We also drew 2 Lay Down the Laws, so that's all good. What's Wasp got going on? We haven't drawn a lot of Wasp's like signature cards here. All right, so speaking of which, we drew Wasp's Helmet, which says, while you're in giant hero form, get +1 thwart. While you're in tiny hero form, get +1 attack. That's fine. Wasp Sting does 4 damage or 5 damage, depending on what form you're in. And Pinpoint Strike. Okay. That all seems all right. Okay, so 3 threat on the main scheme. And Crossbones is going to attack Wasp. First, he's going to shoot the last round out of his machine gun. And do 3 indirect damage, which is a non-trivial amount of indirect damage. Yeah, just take it to the face, it's fine. Down to 7 health. And now Crossbones is going to attack over here for 3 base attack. We're going to have Spider-Girl block this one. Spider-Girl blocks 3. And he's going to attack over here. We're going to have Quake block this one. For base attack of 3. 4, 5. 5 damage coming in. Madam Hydra becomes unstunned. And we will have to deal with her next round. So what's next? Encounter cards are next. Care for Cassie. So, give this to the Scott Lang player. You may flip to your alter ego form. Choose either exhaust Scott Lang to remove Care for Cassie from the game, or choose and discard 1 card from your hand. You cannot change form until your next turn ends. Yeah, that's fine. We'll flip down and exhaust. So when we flip down, we heal 1. And then we exhaust. Get rid of this. Get out of here, Cassie. And over here we get Raid the Armory. Incite 1. Puts 1 threat on the main scheme. When revealed, discard cards from the top of the encounter deck until a weapon attachment is discarded, and reveal that card. Alright, looking for a weapon. 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 I know weapons exist in here. Do weapons exist in here? Maybe we got the weapons out of here already. We're certainly discarding a lot of cards. Oh boy. But maybe weapons don't exist in here. Nope. Okay, well, easy enough. We discarded the entire deck, so we get an acceleration token on here. Something tells me we might not be able to keep the 6 threshold stage 1 scheme from flipping too much longer after, discarding the entire deck looking for a weapon. But we'll see, maybe we will. Who can know these things? Okay. We are shuffled up. First player comes over here. Let's see what we got. So annoyingly, Ironheart is a champion, which makes it so team building exercise doesn't work. But, you know, what are you going to do? First thing we're going to do is flip up to tiny form, remove one threat from this, which lets us tap Skilled Investigator to draw a card. And from our helmet, we also get to draw a card. And then the text on that said, when defeated, Crossbones activates against the player who defeated the scheme. So Crossbones is going to attack. He's got a base attack of 3. We're going to have Wasp block it. Wasp blocks 4. Good job, Wasp. Okay, so we drew all the resources in the world, basically. That's what it looks like. So we're going to pay 2 first off to get Ironheart into play, which lets us draw a card. Actually, before playing Ironheart, no one saw that Nick Fury that we drew. It's fine. I mean, we are definitely going to play her. But before we play her, we're going to spend one resource, not a mental resource, sadly, but that'll remove 3 threat. We're going to play Lay Down the Law, which says, after you change form, remove 3 threat from a scheme. Okay, now we're going to pay 4 to get Avengers Mansion out here. Oh, you know what, actually? We're going to use Quinn Carrier to pay for that Lay Down the Law, so it would have removed that extra 1. And we keep Giant Strength in hand. Okay, so we paid 4 to get Avengers Mansion out. We're going to tap that. Draw a card. Condition Giant, Shield Spy. Okay, so now we're going to pay 2 to get Ironheart out here, which lets us draw a card. And we're going to pay a card to play Giant Strength, just because it's there. We're also going to tap these 2 Army of Ants to do 2 damage, down to 11 health. And Ironheart will attack for 1. Right. I forgot that we have to kill Madam Hydra. We'll have done all those ant damage to her also, so she's got 3 damage on her. Alright. So I think we got a pretty good handle on Crossbones so far, but we'll see how it goes. Wasp. So Pinpoint Strike will deal 8 damage with Overkill if she's in tiny form, which, like, that seems alright. In giant form, deal total 4 damage divided as you so desire. So first off, we're going to pay 2. No, that's not right. Hold on. Okay, so first off, we're going to attack for 3. We're going to use Skilled Strike to get +2. So that's 5 damage, and we can divide it however we would like. So 3 goes here, 2 goes there. Get out of here, Madam Hydra. Then I'm trying to see if it's worth playing her helmet. I don't like. It gives her more thwart and more attack. I mean, those like it's probably not like bad, right? But the question is, like I would like to get rid of this sidearm. Also, is the thing, you know? And that, oh, and her helmet is the only card that has the correct icon on it. So maybe we pay those 2 cards to get rid of this Hydra sidearm, and then pay 2 to play Wasp Sting, which says attack. If you are in giant hero form, deal a total of 4 damage divided among enemies as you choose. So 4 more damage, down to 7. And got one on there. That's it for us. We're going to ready up all the things here. Giant stacks of things. Okay. Wasp has less stuff going on. That's fine. I mean, she's carrying her weight. So, Wasp drew Team Building Exercise, Rapid Growth, Skilled Strike, Wasp Sting, and Valkyrie. So, Rapid Growth says Hero Interrupt. When you use one of your hero's basic powers, change to your giant hero form and get +2 to that power for this use. So, we've got that plus Skilled Strike. So, we could attack for 6, just like baseline, which seems pretty alright. See what Ant-Man draws into. First off, he's going to reshuffle his deck. Get an encounter card. Oh. Welcome in, new viewers. How's everything going out there in Twitchland? I do stream Marvel Champions every Monday. If y'all enjoy it. I stream other stuff Wednesdays and Fridays. And I'm planning to take these 2 guys through the entire campaign. Probably do one more game tonight and then see what we're feeling like from there. Alright, so we're all shuffled up for Ant-Man. And he drew Heroic Intuition, his 3rd army of ants, 2 giant stomps, and 1 resize. So, pretty alright. Right. So, 3 threats on the main scheme. And yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, I mean, throw me a follow. You come back next Monday, come back Wednesday. It'll certainly be a chill hang, you know. So 3 threat on the main scheme. Crossbones is finally not confused or stunned, so he's just gonna punch some dudes. He's gonna attack over here. 2 damage coming in. Plus 1, so 3 damage altogether, down to 8. And he's gonna attack over here. We're gonna have Ironheart block this one for 2, 3 damage. Yeah, this might be my favorite new card out of the Wasp pack. I really like this Ironheart ally. But I'm just a fan of cheap allies, basically. Okay, get some encounter cards. 1 over here, 1 over here. Hey, Legions of Hydra is back. But I don't want it to be back, though. So, it's going to start with 7 threat on it. Madam Hydra is going to come back because it's just what she does. It is what she do. So, I was really hoping at least one of those would get discarded as like a... Is she in the discard pile? Oh, there she is. Yeah. I was really hoping one of the 2 copies of that would get discarded as, you know, a boost card or something. But, let's It's not how that went down. Alright, so shuffle that encounter deck back up. And, good lord. Okay, cool. That's fine. 2 copies of Legions of Hydra seems totally fine. I mean, why wouldn't you want that, you know? Just, why wouldn't you want that? Okay. So we need something to happen all of a sudden. Hopefully something that involves thwarting 14 on this turn somehow, but it seems unlikely that that's going to happen. So maybe we just try to kill Crossbones ASAP instead. Because yeah, she can't take damage while these 2 side schemes are in play. And also, when she attacks or schemes, 2 threat goes onto one of these. So, this is like the worst possible outcome of putting Legions of Hydra in the deck. Because, you know, why wouldn't that be how things go? What does Ant-Man have going here? Well, I just don't know. Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna accept this for the time being, because there's no way we can do anything about it right now. So we're just gonna do what we can for the rest of it, I guess. First off, we're gonna play Team Building Exercise. Then we're going to use Team Building Exercise to play Rapid Growth for free, because it shares the Giant trait with us, which flips us to our Giant form if we were not already in it. Actually, hold on, let me see. Response, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so Wasp doesn't get stuff like Ant-Man does for flipping back and forth. So you really just want to be in whatever form you want to be in. And like certain cards of hers care about being in one or the other, but it's not like Ant-Man is like flip all the time, basically. So anyway, this gives us +2 attack. We're also going to play Skilled Strike to get +2 more attack, giving us 6 base attack. We're going to attack for 6. We would love to do it to Madam Hydra, but instead we're going to do it to Crossbones here. He's down to 1 health. Seems alright. Actually, I forgot combat training gives us +1, so he's actually dead. So, onward to phase 3. When revealed, reveal the top card of the experimental weapons deck. It is Exosuit, just gives him +1/+1. Put Madam Hydra over here. Actually, Madam Hydra is there because she's attacking Ant-Man. And we'll put this up here. Easy enough. Okay, so Ant-Man hopefully has something going on. First off, he's going to what am I trying to say? Draw a card with Avengers Mansion. And oh right, I guess we need to give him his health. He has 32 health. So we need to do 32 damage before playing on... This is basically playing on heroic difficulty because you're drawing 2 extra encounter cards around. So one each, basically. So we're going to start by flipping to Giant form, which does 1 damage and heals us for 2 because of our cool helmet. Back up to 10. Then we're going to play Resize. To change to our other form, flip back down to tiny form, thwart one off of there, and draw a card from our helmet. We drew clear the area. 2, 4, 6. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to pay 1 to get our third army advance out here. We're going to... Oh, hold on. We don't pay 1. We use team building exercise to get our third army advance out here for free. Then we're going to use Quinn Carrier to play clear the area. Take 2 off of the main scheme. Oh, and we should have taken 1 off of the main scheme from flipping back to tiny form. So that clear the area takes the last 1 off of there, which draws us a card. We're going to pay 2 to get Heroic Intuition into play. And then we'll pay 1 more to play Clear the Area again. Take 2 off of one of these, I mean, just because it's there. And we'll thwart for 3. Eventually, maybe we'll be able to get rid of those legions of Hydra, you know. All right, so we're gonna ready up. Sadly, we do not have any meat shields at our disposal, so we're gonna take some punches here. We drew Brawn, which is nice. We drew Pinpoint Strike, which is nice. Oh, we didn't use our 3 army advance also to do 3 damage down to 28. Can't forget that. So we got Counterintelligence, Clear the Area, Lay Down the Law, Nick Fury. This might be a Nick Fury move here, but we'll see. Alright. 3 threat on the main scheme. Crossbones attacks over here. And we are going to... Whoop. Do we defend? That's the question. It's 4 base damage coming in, so it could like kill us. So probably we go ahead and defend because it's 3, 4, 5. We block 3, so we take 2 down to 5 health. He's attacking over here. 10. This one, I think we just take this one. So 4. Do we just take this one? Yeah. 5, 6. Down to 4 health. That's fine. Ooh, actually. Well, we'll block Madam Hydra. Because I forgot that was happening also. We get 2 health, or 2 threat on one of these, because why not? And what next? Encounter cards next. 2 encounter cards each, because that's cool. Everything's fine about that. Advance the villain schemes. So, base scheme of 3. 3 is enough to pop the first stage of this. The Infinity Stone. Whoop, hold on. Inside the Project Pegasus facility, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fight desperately to prevent Hydra from obtaining the Reality Stone stored within. When revealed, reveal the top card of the experimental weapons deck. It's a laser rifle. That starts with 2 threat on it. So, we got base 5 attack coming in, basically. The next one is Crossbones Assault. Which has that. Then we get Exhaustion. Surge. When revealed, exhaust your identity card. I mean, we're already exhausted, so whatever. Does have Surge, though. Under Fire. Surge. When revealed, reveal the top card of the encounter deck. So 2 more encounter cards. A Hydra Soldier shows up. Assault. The villain attacks you. Well, that's very unfortunate, because I think that just kills him. Because we're both already exhausted, so yeah, don't have anything to do about it. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage coming in. Ant-Man's dead, which is great. I mean, that's fine. Let me see the rules for getting eliminated. I usually just start over, but I am curious what happens. Player elimination. When a player is eliminated, the player's hand, all the cards they control, and their deck are placed in the owner's discard piles. Encounter cards dealt to the player are discarded. Any enemies engaged with that player engage the next player clockwise. Alright, so basically, these guys come over here. All this goes away. And Wasp just keeps going, basically. So, 28 damage is what we need to do. We got 5 life to deal with, which seems like totally enough, no problem. Champion Gamma. All right. Well, it's not looking great for our heroes here. It's really not looking great. So we might just scoop and start over on that one, because that, like, this is not a tenable situation. So, an inauspicious start. We're just going to scoop and start over. And see if we can't do a little better this time. All right. Crossbones, you really did a number on us that time. That was a rough villain phase there. Okay. Put this back out here. Find his machine gun, get that back out here. Find our experimental weapons. Did I grab them out already? Should be one more experimental weapon somewhere. There it is. All right. Well, we're off to an inauspicious start. I think I already said that, but that's fine. All right. 28 life. 28 life. That's that. We get... Did I shuffle these already? Let me see. Starting with some power gauntlets, which make you discard a card if you take damage from them. Shuffle all this stuff up. Not sure what I needed to do differently there, aside from not draw back-to-back Legions of Hydra, basically. Thought we had things tuning up pretty well, but I don't know. That Ant-Man drawing like 5 encounter cards that turn certainly didn't help. And shuffle off our decks. And see if this goes that poorly again, I might have to rethink this Wasp deck. I don't know. I needed to be able to stun more often, I think. And I was forgetting to use Ant-Man's wrist gauntlets as much as I probably should have been. All right. So we are almost reset here for the Salty Swarm Tactics runback. See if we can reclaim our honor here. All right. Ant-Man starts with 12 life. And let's see what we drew. Army of Ants. I think we're going to ditch everything that's not Army of Ants. Another Army of Ants. All right. Seems fine. And what's Wasp got going on for the opening hand here? Giant help. Some resources. I mean, we drew a ton of resource cards. So... I mean, we're definitely ditching those two. And we'll draw 2. We got Hulk. Skilled Strike. Alright. Okay. And before we get back into it, I'm going to grab a quick break, run to the restroom, rethink my swarm tactics, and I'll be right back, you guys. Alright. We are back. We're set up to take another shot at Expert Crossbones here. After Madam Hydra and him kind of teamed up and stomped us into the dirt last time. So, without much further ado, let us get into it. Excuse me. Welcome in, new viewers. How are you guys doing? Alright, so Scott Lang drew 2 army of ants, which seems good. So we'll play those 2 army of ants. We'll pay 2 to play Quake. We'll flip to Tiny Form, deal 2 damage with the ants, and 3 more damage, like so, taking Crossbones down to 23. And got a ton of resources here, so we're gonna pay 2 to get Hulk into play. We're gonna overpay by 1, I guess, to get this dropkick out here, which deals 4 damage, and we paid for it with a fist, so we also stun Crossbones and draw a card. We're gonna flip to, actually, hold on. We're going to use Nadia Van Dyne's power, which is shuffle up to 2 cards with a printed mental resource from your discard pile back into your deck. We'll shuffle... Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. We'll shuffle Genius and Giant Help back in there. Just, you know, cause we can, I guess. And Hulk is the deck is not tuned to actually use Hulk to attack. He's just a cheap 5 health block, basically. And we're going to flip to Giant Form. We're going to attack for 2. We're going to use Skilled Strike to add 2 to that. So, 4 damage down to 19 health. And we will ready up. Draw back up. Wasp is going to keep combat training. She drew Spider Girl, Pim Particles, Rapid Growth, and Giant Help. Seems alright. Ant-Man drew Ironheart, Power of Justice, Resize, Nick Fury, and Jessica Jones. Alright. So, 2 threats on the old main scheme. Crossbones attacks over here, but instead becomes unstunned. Crossbones attacks over here, shoots his machine gun first for 1 damage. Put 1 damage on there. And now Quake is going to attack. Crossbones is going to attack with 2 base damage. We'll block with we'll block with Quake for 4 damage. Get some counter cards. A Hydra Bomber shows up, and Hard as Nails, which says, when revealed, give the villain a tough status card. If you cannot, heal 3 damage instead. Crossbones is tough. He's a real tough guy. Okay. This comes over here. And what do we got going on for Wasp this evening? Alright, so first off, she's going to flip down to tiny form. She's going to use rapid growth. In tiny form, paying for it with pin particles lets her draw a card. Rapid growth says when you use one of your heroes, she's also going to attack. When you use one of your basic heroes, your hero's basic powers, there we go, change to your giant hero form and get +2. So she's going to flip up. Also, before before doing this stuff, she's also going to pay 2 for combat training. So she gets 2 +2 +1, so 5 total. Oh, that's... Okay, let me rethink this entire turn, because I forgot. Let me see. 1, 2, 5. Right, I forgot that that he's tough, so... So, what's the thing to do now that I have remembered that he's tough? Probably. Yeah, I mean it might still be the move, honestly, because I want to get combat training out. All right, so we're gonna flip down to tiny form. We're going to pay 1 plus 1 more to play combat training and draw a card. We're going to pay 2 to get Spider Girl out, which stuns and confuses this guy. We are going to attack for 2. Ping this tough off of here. So this says after Wasp defeats a minion or side scheme, deal 1 damage to the villain. So maybe instead she attacks for 2 and kills this Hydra Bomber, which does 1 and pings this tough off. Seems better. Spider Girl attacks for 2. Whoop, down to 17 health. We're learning Wasp on the fly here, you know. Literally never played her before tonight. Came in the mail this morning. All right, so what is Ant-Man gonna do? First thing he's gonna do, while we're thinking about it, is use 2 Army of Ants to do 2 damage, down to 15. And we will also flip to giant size to do 1 damage. And attack for 3, down to 11. And then we'll play resize to change to our other form. Back to tiny size, which removes a threat and lets us draw a card. We drew another Army of Ants. I think we're going to pay 2 to play Ironheart, which lets us draw a card. We're going to pay 1 to play this other Army of Ants, do 1 more damage. Ironheart will thwart for 1. And we'll just hang on to Power of Justice. All right. Ready everybody up. Draw back up. 2, 3, 4. Ant-Man drew. Under Surveillance, Hive Mind, Pin Particles, and Giant Stump. Alright. And Wasp. Avengers Mansion, Skilled Strike, Wasp Ally, Dropkick, and Rapid Growth. Alright. So we can only get 1 health on Wasp, which, you know, it's alright, I guess. So Crossbones is going to attack over here. He's going to shoot his machine gun first, and miss. That's fine. Then he's going to attack for base 2 damage. Spider Girl's going to block 4 damage. Then Crossbones is going to attack over here, shoot his machine gun, and do 1 damage. Just a flesh wound. And he's going to attack for base 2. Ironheart's going to block 4 damage. Said before, I think Ironheart might be my favorite new card out of the Wasp pack. It's basically a significantly worse Maria Hill, but, you know, it's basic. It can go in any deck. You know. Whoop. Okay, so encounter cards. We're hoping for not double Legions of Hydra this time. In Site 1, also, we definitely forgot to put 2 threat on the main scheme. We got there in the end. Alright. Discard cards from the top of the encounter deck until a weapon attachment is discarded. We did this last time and discarded the entire deck. So, what I would really like to see is 2 of those get discarded. Hey, look at that. You love to see it. Those Legions of Hydra really messed us over last time. I mean, there's got to be at least 1 weapon in here, right? Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, come on. Alright, we found a weapon. His attacks gain piercing, and he gets +1 to his attack. There's only 4 cards left in the encounter deck. Seems fine. That seems fine. What's going on over here? Crossbones armor. Attached to Crossbones, forced interrupt. When Crossbones would take any amount of damage, place it here instead. If there are 5 or more damage here, discard his armor. So he's got 4 base attack currently. This comes over here. We're going to use 3 Army of Ants to do that before we do anything else. What are we going to do here? Alright, so first off, we're going to pay 2 to put Under Surveillance on the main scheme, which increases the threat threshold to 10 instead of 6. Then we're going to flip to Giant Form, which does 1 damage. We're going to attack to strip this armor off. Then we're going to play... Oh, wait, hold on. We can't do that. That's unfortunate. Okay. Since we can't do that, we're going to stay in Tiny Form. We're still going to have attacked to take that armor off. But then we're going to pay 2 to play Hive Mind to remove 5 threat from a scheme. I mean, there's only 3, but we couldn't afford to play Giant Stomp, which is what the original plan was. We do get to draw a card. We drew Skilled Investigator, which, I mean, we'll play because why not? Yep. I think that works out. I think we did that right. Okay, so what's Wasp got going on? Probably we should discard some of these weapons at some point, but, you know, for the time being, what we're going to do first is play Rapid Growth to put Wasp out here with 1 hit point. Then I mean, we don't have the best possible options after that. So we're going to flip to Giant form. We're going to attack. We're going to Skilled Strike. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Take him down to 5 health. And that's... Actually, let me see. Fist and Mental. So we could get rid of either one of those. We'll get rid of the Combat Knife. Just because, I guess. For a Fist and a Mental. Get out of here, Knife. No one likes you. That's all we got. Again, we're not using Hulk for actual fighting. We're just using him as a blocker. So, ready everybody up. Draw back up. 2, 3, 4, 5. Wasp drew Pinpoint Strike, Tigra, Wasp Sting, and some resources. Seems all right. And anybody watching out there, let me know. I've got autofocus on this this time. I don't usually have it on, but I've been getting some weird focus issues with the camera. So if it looks all right, just let me know. So we got Giant Stomp, Lay Down the Law, Clear the Area, Swarm Tactics. All right. We can make these things work. Okay. So, 2 threats on the main scheme. Crossbones attacks over here. First, he's going to shoot his machine gun. And he misses. Good job. You'll love to see it. Then he's going to attack. Base attack of 2. We'll have Wasp block. Wasp blocks 3 damage. Then he's going to attack over here. He's going to shoot the last round out of his machine gun. For 2 indirect damage. Put that on the old Hulk here. Then he's gonna attack for 2. Hulk's gonna block. Hulk blocks 3 damage, just enough to knock Hulk out of the fight. Get some encounter cards. Also get an acceleration token. Welcome in, you guys. How's it going? I feel like this is the rematch of we just lost to Expert Crossbones. We got some pretty brutal Legions of Hydra draws, and I'm kind of learning Wasp on the fly. I haven't played with her before, but I feel like we're doing all right this time. We'll see how it goes. How are you guys doing tonight? If you're new to the stream, I stream Marvel Champions every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern, so you're more than welcome to come back, hang out. Love to see you. I also stream other stuff Wednesdays and Fridays. Feel free to hang out then too. Alright, so get some encounter cards now. Full auto. When revealed, discard X cards from the top of the encounter deck where X is Crossbones attack. So 2. Take indirect damage. For the boost icons, we take 2 indirect damage. down to 9 health. And over here we've got Master Plan. Place 4 threat on each side scheme. If there are no side schemes in play, discard cards until you get one. Please, not Legions of Hydra. What do you say? What do you say, Encounter deck? Work with me here. Well, we just going to discard the entire deck again? Hey, Cornered Staff. Okay. When revealed, discard 1 card per player from the top of the encounter deck. Place 1 additional threat here for each boost icon. 1 additional threat total, so 4 threat. It's got a crisis icon, so we can't deal with this until we deal with this. Okay. Much more benign side scheme draws this go round. This comes over here. And let's see what we got. So, Crossbones has 5 health left in his first form. We could turn Tiny and just knock him out with this. But then that doesn't leave us enough. I think it would. Alright, so we're going to turn Tiny. We're going to pay 2 resources to play Wasp Sting, which if we're Tiny, it does 5 damage to an enemy. We also played Pim Particles, which when we're Tiny lets us draw a card. So we do 5 damage and knock out stage 1. Alright, he still has his cool gloves. Stage 2 starts with 32 life. And it says reveal the top card of the experimental weapons deck. He found an exosuit, so he's got 4 base attack. And if he damages us currently, we have to discard a card. Then we're going to overpay by 1 to get Tiger out. Tiger will attack for 2. And what do we got for old Ant-Man here? He's got his Swarm Tactics card. Change your other hero form and ready your hero, which is pretty nice. I mean, we're going to tap these 3 ants to do 3 damage, down to 27. This does 4. Alright, so that seems alright. Okay. So we're going to thwart for... No, hold on. Trying to see the best way to handle this stuff. So we're going to change to giant form, which does a damage. After changing form, we're going to pay a mental resource to play Lay Down the Law, which gets rid of 4 threat off of a scheme. Lets us tap that to draw a card. We're going to attack for 3, down to 23 health. I'd love to play Giant Stomp, which just does 8 damage. So maybe I'll just do that? Question mark. Because I was going to play Swarm Tactics, right? Which would let us thwart these 2 off. But maybe we just try to kill this guy instead. So I'm going to pay 3, play Giant Stomp. Does 8 damage. He's down to 15. Easy enough. Ready everybody up. And Ant-Man has Resize, Swarm Tactics, Team Building Exercise. Alright. And hey, Tay Malavach, 29. Probably not pronouncing that right. Thanks a lot for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Are you a Marvel player yourself? This round feels like it's going way better than the first round did. I'll say that for free. Yeah, I very much appreciate the follow. Hope to see you back. Hope you enjoy the hangs and the board games. Alright, so 3 threat on the main scheme, putting it at a 5 out of 10. Oh, you know. Yeah, didn't think through things that are happening enough. That's fine. It is much too late now. Crossbones is going to attack over here. We're going to have, actually, I think we're just going to take it to the face. It'll be fine. So, base 4 attack, 5/6, down to 5 health. It's going to attack over here, and we are going to we'll just take it. It's fine. 4, 5/6, down to 3 health. We're living dangerously here. Hydra Bomber shows up. When revealed, choose to either take 2 damage or place 1 threat on the main scheme. And, hey, look at that. Another Hydra Bomber. We found some bombers. So that's up to 7 out of 10. Aha, French. Nice. Well, hopefully you can follow along well enough. Do you play Marvel Champions at all yourself? I'm trying the Wasp hero out for the first time here. Seeing how it goes. Okay. This comes over here. So we need to do 15 damage, and I don't think we're gonna get there. I don't think we're gonna get there. Can do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe we get there. We're gonna try to get there this turn. Because that would certainly help the cause if we could just kill this guy. Oh, we did each have to discard a card from our hand. For taking damage. But I don't think it matters. Okay, so Ant-Man attacks for 3. Down to 12 life. We play Resize to flip down, draw a card, get rid of 1 threat from a scheme. We pay 1 to play Swarm Tactics. Change to your other hero form, ready your hero. We change up and ready. That does 1 damage. We attack again for 3 more. Down to 8. Can't do anything. Oh, and then while we were in tiny form, we did 3 damage with our ants. And then we play Wasp Sting, dealing 5 damage to an enemy. 5 damage. Done. Wow, that went so much better than the first time. Oh me, that's funny. Well, you know, that's how it goes in Marvel sometimes. All right, so let us grab the rulebook here. Experimental weapons deck. Alright, so these 2 cards now are in the game for the rest of the game. The rest of the campaign, rather. The 2 that we did not find, we don't have to worry about. So we have successfully beaten Chapter 1. We each get to choose 1 upgrade from these 4 available upgrades. And they're all one-time use. So we've got Adrenal Stems, Ready Your Hero and heal 5 damage from them. Tactical Scanner, which is just draw 5 cards. Laser Cannon says deal 5 damage to the villain and each enemy engaged with you. And Emergency Teleporter is search your deck and discard pile for an ally, put it into play, and give it a tough status card. So, which ones are we taking here? I think we're going to take draw 5 cards and deal 5 damage. Or, actually, we'll take heal 5 damage and Ready Your Hero instead. So, these are kind of break in case of emergency cards. And we get some more cool comics. As the dust settles at Project Pegasus, give up, Crossbones. Game over. You fools, I never wanted the tech. I just needed to give Madam Hydra time to make off with the stone. And now I've come to cover her escape. Scenario 2, Absorbing Man. So I am going to run through Scenario 2 also. If y'all give me just a minute or two, I'll get the second scenario set up, and we will get into it. All right, we are back in action just about. Thanks for sticking with me. We stuff out of the way here. Whoop. So we've got Absorbing Man 2 and 3. We've got his None Shall Pass. He starts with Super Absorbing Power in play. The encounter deck is Standard Expert and the Hydra Patrol set. Finish getting this shuffled up here. So many of you guys out there played through the campaign before here, the Red Skull campaign. I think it's a lot of fun. I've only played it twice, I guess. Let me see. Starts with 30 life. I really like the it's a very light campaign mechanic, which I'm a fan of. I didn't need it to try to be Arkham Horror the card game or anything. It's just not it's not really what it's set up for, So we'll get our player decks shuffled up here, and then we'll get into it. So Super Absorbing Power says Absorbing Man gains Ice, Metal, Stone, and Wood traits. There are also environments in here. When they come up, they will give him one of those traits, basically. Let me make sure. Okay, so he does start with one. He starts with an environment in play also. So let me find one real quick, and then we'll shuffle this again. Nope. Come on, there's an environment. Okay. Snowy Hillside. So he has ice from that. It says, Force Response. After Absorbing Man makes an undefended attack against you, place 1 threat on the main scheme, 2 threat instead if there are 5 or more delay counters on the main scheme. Speaking of which, Force Response. After resolving step 1 of the villain phase, place 1 delay counter here. So this guy is basically just delaying us so that our later on in the campaign, the delay counters come back and do a bad thing. So he's just stalling, basically. And we've got our laser cannon and our adrenal stems. Seems unlikely that we will use those on this particular scenario. Generally, we have popped them on Zola the other times that we've played through this, because he's Zola is nasty. So finish getting shuffled up here, and we will get into it. Alright, so I feel like Wasp worked better that last time, but also we didn't draw a double Legions of Hydra, which certainly helped. That first game got real out of control on us, and then we just couldn't get out from under, basically. So, let's see what we got for our opening hands here. Whoop. Ant-Man has laid down the law, clear the area. Ironheart, Avengers Mansion. Alright, so we're gonna play those two. I kind of feel like we just keep all this, because like we can play Ironheart for 2, that draws a card, and then we can play these to kill Super Absorbing Power on the first turn. Like, I kind of want to mulligan to find his helmet, you know, but I feel like that's a pretty solid first turn for our Justice player, so we'll just roll with it, you know. Because I would hate to discard a bunch of this and then draw into setup cards that I don't want to discard, you know. So let's see what Nadia Van Dyne's working with. So we can definitely toss Ant-Man because we can't play him. Two skilled strikes. Retaliate one. Mockingbird. I mean, Mockingbird's always nice. Yeah. I think we play Mockingbird and skilled strike for 6 attack. Seems alright for a first turn. So pinpoint strike came out. That's all right. Alright, so Scott Lang. First up, we're going to pay 2 cards to play Ironheart. Ironheart comes into play and lets us draw a card. Got Pim Particles, which is nice. We're going to flip to Tiny Form, discard 1 threat. We're going to play Pim Particles to play Lay Down the Law to remove 4 threat from this. Pim Particles also lets us draw a card. We drew the helmet. I mean, you love to see the helmet. We're going to pay 1 to play Clear the Area. Take the last 2 threat off of this. And draw a card. So, we can't play the helmet, which always is going to make me sad, but we can almost play it. Then we'll thwart for 3 just to clear the rest of that off of there. Feels alright. And Nadia Van Dyne. We're going to pay 3 to get Mockingbird out. We'll stun Absorbing Man. Yep. Then we'll flip to Giant Form and attack for 2. Discard 2 skilled strikes to make it 6. Take him down to 24. Mockingbird will attack for 1. Take him down to 23. Ready everybody up. Draw back up. Ant-Man's keeping his helmet and strength. I don't usually like keeping cards, but getting his helmet out is pretty big. So it's alright. And what's Wasp got? Wasp has Wasp Ally. Only 1 energy resource in hand to pay for it, but her biosynthetic wings, like, she doesn't want to hang out in tiny form, so I don't love the wings, just conceptually, I guess. But that's all fine. We got some allies and stuff. Alright, so first off, this gets, the main scheme gets 2 threat, and we get 1 delay counter. Then Absorbing Man attacks Ant-Man but becomes unstunned instead. Absorbing Man now attacks Wasp, and we're going to have Ironheart defend. Base attack of 2. 3 attack coming in. Ironheart takes 1 for the team. Then we get some counter cards. Exosuit and Master Plan. Master Plan discards cards. It would put 4 threat on any side scheme that's out there. Since there are no side schemes, we discard cards until we find a side scheme. There's a side scheme. When revealed, each player must choose to either spend a lightning resource or take 2 indirect damage. 3 indirect damage instead if there are 5 or more delay counters on the main scheme. So this starts with 4 threat. And we'll take indirect damage, it's fine. Indirect damage of 2 each. Alright, the first player comes over. And see what Wasp has. Basically, not a ton is the answer. It's like she wants to get allies into play, right? But she can only afford, well, yeah. All right, so she's going to, first off, she's going to attack for 2. And flip down to tiny form. Then she's going to pay 1 to get Wasp into play with 1 hit point. Pim Particles in tiny form lets her draw a card. Then she's going to spend 3 to get Brawn into play. Brawn's going to attack for 1, down to 20 life. After he attacks, we remove 1 threat from the main scheme, or from a scheme, rather. Since it's a scheme, let me see if it should be that side scheme instead. Because I kind of think it should probably be that side scheme instead. Yeah, it'll be this side scheme. And Mockingbird will also remove 1 from this side scheme, leaving 2 on there. All right. They're still exhausted. Okay. So, Ant-Man is going to pay 3, get his cool helmet into play. Pay 1, get Army of Ants into play. Army of Ants does 1 damage, down to 19. And he thwarts for 2. Get rid of that. And I think that's all we got. So we'll draw back up. Ant-Man draws Giant Stomp, Risk Gauntlets, Giant Strength, Heroic Intuition. Alright. And Wasp draws Skilled Strike, Rapid Growth, Hulk. Alright. So, 2 threat on the main scheme. First off, 1 delay counter. Absorbing Man attacks over here. Wasp is going to block. 2 base attack. 3 damage coming in. She only had 1 hit point anyway. Excuse me. Absorbing Man's going to attack Ant-Man over here. Mockingbird's going to block this one. 2 base attack. 3 base attack. And it would stun if he had stone or wood, but he's got ice. So just kills Mockingbird instead. Get some encounter cards. Hydra Patrol says, When defeated, each player searches the encounter deck and discard pile for a Hydra minion and puts it into play engaged with them. Shuffle the encounter deck. Alright. And a Hydra regular. Speak of the devil. The flavor text on Hydra regular cracks me up. It has Insight 1, so we put a threat on the main scheme. It says, when you consider the kind of person that would join a terrorist organization bent on world domination, it's easy to see why Hydra's troops do not impress. So, that makes me laugh. Okay. First player comes over here. We're going to pay one. We're one resource short from being able to do what I would really like to do, which is play Giant Strength and then play Giant Stomp. But maybe we just play Giant Stomp and call it a day. So Ant-Man's going to flip to Giant Form, which does 1 damage to something. Then we're going to pay 3 to play Giant Stomp, which says deal 1 damage to each minion, deal 8 damage to an enemy. So that kills this guy. Does 8 damage to this guy. Down to 11. When we flipped up, we healed 2 damage from his helmet, putting him back at his full 12. Before flipping up, we used Army of Ants to do 1 damage. And I guess the question is, do we want to thwart or attack is the question. 2, 4, 6, 7. We'll attack. Down to 7 life. Comes over to Wasp, and Wasp pays 2 to get Hulk ally out. Flips to Giant Form. Attacks for 2. Uses Rapid Growth to get +2. Uses Skilled Strike to get +2. So that's 6. Brawn attacks for 1 more, which also removes a threat. And that is 7 damage. Knocking out Absorbing Man number 2. And Absorbing Man number 3 says, Force Response. After Absorbing Man activates against you, if he has the Ice or Stone trait, place 1 threat on the main scheme. Metal or Wood trait, take 1 indirect damage. So every time he attacks now, or schemes, we're going to put 1 extra threat on here. And I think that is all we got. So, ready everybody up. Ant-Man's going to draw 4 cards. Quake, Lay Down the Law, Hive Mind, Agent Coulson. Wasp is going to draw 5 cards. Combat Training, Giant Help, Relentless Assault, Martial Prowess. Alright. Okay, so 2 threats on the main scheme, putting it at 7 out of 24. Absorbing Man is going to attack Ant-Man. We're going to have Hulk block that. So it's 3 base attack, 4, 5, and he becomes tough. So that kills Hulk. It also puts 1 threat on the main scheme, because Absorbing Man's just a jerk like that. Also, we get 1 delay counter. Absorbing Man is going to attack over here. Brawn's going to block this one. Base 3, 4, 5. Putting 1 threat on the main scheme. Oh, also he comes in with 32 life. So we got to put in some work on this guy. Try to not get all these delay counters. Get some encounter cards. Stall Tactics. When revealed, place 1 threat on the main scheme for every 2 delay counters on the main scheme. Alright, well, it's up to 10. And Ball and Chain. Attached to Absorbing Man. Hero action. Spend a physical resource. Shuffle this card into the encounter deck. Just gives him +1/+1. So he's at 4/5 currently, which is not ideal. But what are you going to do? This comes over here. And we are going to... what are we going to do? What's Ant-Man got going on? Yeah, okay. First off, Wasp is going to pay 2 to play Giant Help, which says remove a total of 4 threat divided among schemes as you choose if you are in giant form. So we're going to remove 3 from this, which is going to get us some minions. It's also going to remove 1 from this. We each have to find a minion now. We're going to find 2 Hydra regulars. They have Insight 1, but since they're not being revealed, they're being put into play. It doesn't trigger. And can't play any of the rest of this, so we're going to deal 2 damage, kill that guy. Easy enough. Over to Ant-Man. Ant-Man is going to flip down to Tiny Form, which removes 1 threat from his scheme. And lets him draw a card from his helmet. Right. We pay 1 to play Lay Down the Law, which removes 4 threat from his scheme. Army of Ants does a damage, pings this Tough off. Pay 2 to get Quake out. Quake is going to attack for 2 and kill this guy. And we're going to have done those things in a different order. No, we can't have done this in too much of a different order. Hold on. It's fine. We're going to thwart for 2. Just keep this thwart low. Absorbing Man goes really nuts scheming sometimes, so we want to keep that. Like, I think he put like 16 threat on the main scheme one time. So alright, we're gonna discard this stuff. Draw some cards. Yeah. Pinpoint Strike, Team Building Exercise, Pinpoint Strike, Giant Help. Not the best draw. Giant Stomp, Swarm Tactics, Resize. Alright, we can work with those things. I feel like Wasp is lacking some like setup stuff. She doesn't really have anything that she cares about setting up. Like, she has some support cards and stuff, but I just feel like they're kind of not great. So that's not ideal. All right, 2 threat on the main scheme. Absorbing Man attacks over here. It's going to put 1 threat on the main scheme, and it's 5 damage. Baseline. Quake's going to block. 5 damage, and we find the wood environment. The forced response on that is, after Absorbing Man makes an undefended attack against you, take 1 indirect damage. Okay, so kills Quake. Oh, Quake goes over here. And Absorbing Man is going to attack here. Again, it's base 5 attack. It's base 6 attack. We also get one of these. It's base 6 attack, so it could be up to 9. Ugh, 9's a lot, but we're just going to take it. It's fine. 6, 7. Down to 5 health. That's fine. That's fine, he said. Get some encounter cards. Assault. The villain attacks you. Alright. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6. So this could kill her. So she's going to have to block. It's 6. Find Rocky Outcrop. Heal 1 damage from him. Whip. So we don't do the other thing. So we healed 1 damage. And says, so that's 3, 4, 5. Minus 3. She takes 2 damage, down to 7. And Omnimorph Duplication. When revealed, if Absorbing Man has the Stone trait, give Absorbing Man 1 face-down boost card. Ugh. Not great. Like, he's got some big attacks coming our way in the very near future. Which, if you watched the beginning of the stream and saw how Crossbones did like 1 million damage to us, that can certainly go poorly for you. Alright, so we're going to play Resize. We're going to play Resize to draw a card and flip up to Giant. Heals us for 2 from our helmet. Up to 7. We're going to play... We're going to pay 3 to play Giant Stomp and heal ourselves for 2. Also, we did 1 damage for flipping. So he's down to 22. We're going to attack for 3. Down to 19. We're going to pay 1 to play Swarm Tactics and flip back down to Tiny Form, which removes 1 threat from a scheme, lets us draw a card, and readies us. The card we drew is Resize, which is nice. We're going to do 1 damage with our ants. And play Resize to flip back up to Giant Form. Deal 1 damage. Attack for 3, down to 14. And draw a card. Oh, we also heal for 2. A lot of things happen when Ant-Man does stuff, which is what I personally like about him. Alright, so Wasp is exhausted. We didn't draw super great cards. I mean, Pinpoint Strike is always nice. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I feel like we just pay 3 and play Pinpoint Strike and deal 7 damage. Putting him down to 7 health. Where's Y numbers? Okay. And we're just going to have to survive this villain activation, basically. Because we've got another Pinpoint Strike in hand, which just kills him next turn. So we're going to ready up. We drew some stuff. We drew some more stuff. Okay. 2 threat on the main scheme. 1 delay counter. Absorbing Man attacks Ant-Man. Ant-Man defends for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. We block 3. We take 5 damage down to 6 life. Wasp is going to defend 3, 4, 5, 5 damage, so she takes 2. Encounter cards. Absorbing Man has the stone trait, so he gets a face down encounter card. Or boost card. And counter card over here. The villain schemes. He schemes for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And this comes over here. Wasp pays 3, plays Pinpoint Strike, does 7 damage, takes him out. Alright, that went pretty smoothly. So, let's see. Victory, we each get a basic condition upgrade. So, we've got these things which upgrade one of our basic stats, basically. Recovery, and they also give you more hit points. So, our Justice guy is going to take the Thwart upgrade, and shockingly, our Aggression player is going to take the Attack upgrade. So this ups his hit points to 14 and gives him +1 Thwart. And this ups her 14. This ups her hit points to 12 and gives her +1 attack. So put those there with our laser cannons and whatnot. And what time is it? 8:30. I feel like we're going to play the Taskmaster one also. What do you say, folks? If you give me 1 minute, I'll get this guy cleared up and we'll set up Taskmaster and we'll just keep on rolling. All right, we are back. We're just about set up to start in on the third scenario here. Get our hero cards shuffled up. What do you guys think of Wasp so far from watching? I'm not 100% sold on Wasp thus far. I mean, she seems fine. I like a lot of the cards that come with her pack. I'm not 100% sold on her hero kit. I mean, it seems fine, but there's just... Like, Pinpoint Strike is great, but she just doesn't... I don't know. She just feels kind of like generic. Her supports aren't that great. I mean, she's fun, but the game's fun, you know, so I don't know. Have to play around with her more. But, like, the first time I played Ant-Man, I absolutely loved him, right? So, like, first impression is she's not blowing me away like Ant-Man did, at least, you know? I was hoping this would be like my go-to thematic pair-up team, you know, but you know, again, early days. I definitely haven't like really tailored this deck to her strengths or anything, you know. All right. All right, we've got more flavor text. So we got our basic upgrades. +1 thwart, +1 attack, and some more hit points. All welcome, I'm sure. Philbo, you got anything fun going on this evening? While we hang out here in Marveltown? Okay. Whew. I'm glad that's done. Truly, that was a glorious battle. Spadoink! Hey, what was that? I have no idea. Let's get back to base and find out what's going on. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? If you're seeing that Hydra somehow stole our tower, then yeah. Kathoom! We're hit. We're going down. Ha! Boom! No more Avengers. Let's go make sure they're done for, boys. Scenario number 3, Taskmaster. With Absorbing Man in shield custody and Madam Hydra in the wind, you are flying back to Avengers Tower to plan your next move when all reality is changed in a flash of yellow light. When you reach New York City, you are shocked to find Avengers Tower emblazoned with the Hydra banner, but before you can process what has happened, an explosion rocks your Quinjet and you crash land in the city. On the ground, you find that all of New York is under Hydra rule. Anti-hero propaganda is plastered on every corner, and squads of Hydra soldiers patrol the streets. They are led by the notorious Taskmaster, Hydra's new chief of police. He is going door to door, hunting down heroes and locking them up. He fired the surface-to-air missile that brought you down, and now he is searching for you. All right. So, we've got Taskmaster here. We've got a deck of captured heroes that will come into play at some point. And we are just going to keep on rolling here. See what we can. So Taskmaster is basically like a hard counter to Ant-Man because his forced response is after a player changes to hero form, they discard the top card of the encounter deck and take damage equal to the number of boost icons on that card. So every time either of these guys flips back and forth between their two hero forms, they're going to take damage. So this guy is certainly set up to be hard on the heroes that we specifically are playing as. When revealed, also we deal each player an encounter card. So let's see what Ant-Man drew as his opening hand here. I mean, he drew his helmet, which, like, you love to see it. I think... let me see. I mean, we definitely keep the helmet. We'd like to keep the Quinn Carrier, but we're not going to be able to afford to play all of that. So... yeah, get rid of that, get rid of that. I mean, honestly, I think we just keep what we got. Like, we're going to play the helmet, and then we'll play the other stuff, get rid of this threat. I mean, seems fine. What's Wasp got in her opening hand? Giant Help, Wasp Sting, Spider Girl, a couple of skilled strikes. I think we're gonna toss Giant Help and Nick Fury. And we drew team building exercise. See, like, her upgrade cards, this wants you to be in tiny form, and, like, unless you're going into tiny form specifically to play Pinpoint Strike, like, you don't want to be in tiny form, you know? Like, the stats are way worse. Just seems weird. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. So, first off, we're going to flip to tiny form. We take 3 damage for the privilege. That's fine. No problem. Down to 11 health. We do remove a threat from a scheme. We're going to tap. We've got 3 thwart now, so we remove 3 from this. When defeated, we go looking for Hydra guys. We get 1 each. It's going to be the 2 wimpy ones. Welcome in, you guys. How are y'all doing tonight? We're on our 3rd scenario of the Red Skull campaign here with Ant-Man and Wasp. First time playing as Wasp. Taking him through the campaign here. About to run down Taskmaster and see what we can do. Okay. That's gone. And let me see, what else? Ant-Man's got more stuff. The rest of the stuff he's got is, first off, he's going to play Clear the Area to clear this 2 threat off of here and draw a card. He drew Lay Down the Law. We're going to pay 3. We're actually going to have paid 3 to play our helmet first before flipping up, because then we draw a card when we flip to tiny form. We pay that 1 to play Army of Ants. Tap Army of Ants to do 1 damage. Do 1 damage to the Hydra regular. Yeah, 1 damage to the Hydra regular. And that's all we got. So, Wasp, on the other hand, first off is going to shuffle these 2 back into her deck, because that's what her alter ego ability is. And we might as well while we're here, you know. Then, what's she got? Yeah, okay. She's going to flip to giant form, taking 2 damage in the process. She's going to pay 2 to get team building exercise out. She's going to tap team building exercise and pay 1 resource to get Spider-Girl out. Then she's going to attack for base 3 plus 2 with skilled strike, and she can divide that among enemies as we choose. So 5 damage, that's 1, 2, 3, and then 2 to Taskmaster, taking him down to 30. Spider-Girl is also going to attack for 2, taking him down to 28. And I believe that's all we got for the turn. So, draw some cards. Wasp drew Rapid Growth, Martial Prowess, Pinpoint Strike, Mockingbird, and Red Room Training, which I still haven't seen the value of, but, you know, maybe I'm just thinking about it wrong. Let's see what Ant-Man's got. He's got Ironheart, Pym Particles, Mockingbird, Jessica Jones. All right. Some allies. So, we get 2 threat on the main scheme. First off, after resolving step 1 of the villain phase, each player in hero form must choose to either place 1 threat here or take 1 damage. We'll put 2 more threat there. That's fine. Then Taskmaster is going to attack. And I think yeah, I think Ant-Man's just going to take this one. It's fine. So that's 2 damage coming in. Down to 9. Taskmaster attacks Wasp. Spider-Girl is going to block this one. Spider-Girl blocks 2 damage also. Get some encounter cards. Photographic Reflexes. Attached to Taskmaster, Forced Interrupt. When a player attacks Taskmaster, prevent all damage that would be dealt to Taskmaster and deal an equal amount of damage to that player's identity instead. Then discard Photographic Reflexes. Cool. Exhaustion. Surge. When revealed, exhaust your identity card. Great. Get another encounter card. Gang up. The villain attacks you. Well, great. Alright, well, 2 damage plus 3 damage coming in. Down to 6. And might end up having to pop our adrenal stems sooner than anticipated, but, you know, we'll see, I guess. Okay. Right. 2 more encounter cards. Taskmaster found his shield. He gets Retaliate 1. And Mimicry. When revealed in hero form, discard the top 5 cards of your deck. If an attack card was discarded this way, Taskmaster attacks you. There's an attack. Well, great. Alright. Stuff's happening here, folks. I guess the question is, does Wasp want to block this or not? Yeah. She's just going to take it. It's fine. So 2, 3, 4, down to 6. Yeesh. Alright. First player comes over here. And we're going to use team building exercise to play rapid growth. To attack for 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, hold on. Don't want to attack for 5 because we would take 5 instead, which seems bad. So what do we do then? Because we need to do a small attack basically. I think we're going to pay 3. Get Mockingbird out, which stuns him. And what does this say? When a player attacks Taskmaster, prevent all damage to that player's identity instead. Okay. When a play. I'm not 100% sure how that interacts with Mockingbird attacking, but we attack for 1. I'm going to say that it discards it, and we take 1 instead. Because it doesn't say when your hero, it says when a player attacks Taskmaster. So that's how I'm interpreting that. So down to 5. Then we're going to play Rapid Growth to attack for 2, 3, 4, 5, putting him down to 23. Right, and I use that. And I think we're going to have to flip down to what's it called? Alter Ego mode, and try to heal up a little bit. So, nope, that doesn't untap yet. Let's see what Ant-Man's got going on. First off, he's going to use these ants to do 1 damage. Then he's going to flip to giant form. Right. He's going to flip to giant form. Was he? Yeah, he was exhausted. Right. Okay. So if it flipped to giant form, which does 1 damage to him, we take 1 damage. We heal 2 damage, up to 7. Then we did we? Yeah, okay, right. Got confused on how many turns I had. Couldn't remember if there should be more thread on there, but we're good. Okay, so now we're going to use Mockingbird and Pim Particles to play Ironheart, which lets us draw a card, and playing Pim Particles in giant form heals us for 2. Then we're going to use Power of Justice and Giant Strength to pay for Jessica Jones to come out. And these guys are going to attack for 3 damage, taking them down to 18. Got some allies out. Okay. Draw 4 cards as Ant-Man. Team building exercise, risk gauntlets, under surveillance, swarm tactics. Alright. Draw 6 with Wasp. We got Ant-Man, rapid growth, ally Wasp, but no lightning bolts really to speak of. That's fine. I feel like that's not bad. Okay. So we get 2 threat on the main scheme. Taskmaster attacks here. Ooh, hold on. One, four, one. Okay. I forgot he's got retaliate, so Ironheart is going to have thwarted there instead of attacking. And Mockingbird will have thwarted also. Yeah, okay. Right, where was I? Okay. Taskmaster attacks here, becomes unstunned instead. Taskmaster attacks here. We choose to put 1 threat on the main scheme, and then Ironheart is going to block for 4 damage. Get some counter cards. We got a Hydra Soldier and Captured by Hydra. Okay, so this is the first one of these. We put one of these allies under here. Starts with 5 threat. And when you clear this, whoever clears this side scheme gets this ally into their hand. And these allies are free to play and extremely, extremely good. So when you play White Tiger, first off, she's got 3 thwart, 3 life. And if you spend a mental resource when you play her, you remove 3 threat from a scheme. So like, and all 4 of those are that good. And plus, if you whichever ones you get in this scenario, you carry forward in the campaign. So you really want to try to get them as much as you can. This comes over here. And what do we got going on? What do we got going on? I'd really like to... Alright, well, first off, we're going to flip down. Taking 3 damage for the privilege. That's not ideal. We do get to draw a card. We're going to thwart for 3. Also flipping down removed 1. So that's up to... that's down to 1. Jessica Jones is going to throw herself onto that side scheme. To get White Tiger into our hand. We're going to deal 1 damage with this to this guy. We're going to play White Tiger. We're going to spend a mental resource to remove 3 threat from a scheme when we do it. And then we're going to pay... like, I'd really love to get the wrist gauntlets out so we could stun and exhaust our friend Taskmaster. I kind of feel like team building exercise is good too. But instead of any of that, we're going to get Coulson into play. He comes out and gets us a preparation. We've only got 1, I think. It's counterintelligence. So, shuffle up our deck after we grab that. I mean, it's our only card in hand, so we're just going to discard it. Agent Coulson thwarts these two off of there. And let's see what Wasp has. So first off, she can shuffle 2 cards with printed mental resources on them back into her deck. She's going to choose... Well, I mean, she's only got 2, so she'll do those 2. Shuffle a Pinpoint Strike and a Wasp Sting back in. You know what? Did we... I did last round wrong. He should have attacked here instead of... well, whatever. We're just going to keep rolling. He should have schemed here and then attacked here. But whatever. It's fine. I think it works out better for us if he had done that instead. So we'll just roll with what we did because it's already done. Okay, so she's going to change to giant form. Before she does that, she's going to heal herself for 8 or for 3 back up to 8. Then she's going to flip to giant form and take 1 damage. At least we stayed ahead of the damage curve there a little bit. And then what do we got? We're going to spend 1 to get Wasp out here with 1 hit point. We're going to spend 2 to get combat training out here. And I think that's it, honestly. Oh, you know what? We don't have the right resources to get rid of his dumb shield, so yeah, I think that's it. Because we can't. We don't have anything to do damage basically. So actually, you know what? We'll use Wasp to kill this guy because we would have just blocked his attack with her anyway. So it's fine. When he's defeated, we draw an encounter card. And we will ready up. Wasp is going to keep rapid growth. And draw 4 more cards. 2, 3, 4. Swarm Tactics. Pinpoint Strike. Ooh, Pinpoint Strike, though. Seems alright. Flip down, do that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that all seems alright. Draw 3, 4, 5 for Ant-Man. Pin Particles, Power Justice, Strength, Resize, and Avengers Mansion. Well, we drew a bunch of resources and nothing really to spend them on, so great. 2 threat on the main scheme. We got to get rid of that stupid shield. We're going to put 2 more threat on the main scheme instead of taking damage. Taskmaster is going to attack here. We're going to have Coulson block it. Coulson blocks 4 damage. It's going to attack here. We're going to have Mockingbird block it. 2, 3 damage. And get some encounter cards. Really like to see another Captured by Hydra side scheme. When revealed hero form, you are stunned. Deal 1 damage to your hero. Oh, you are stunned. Deal 1 damage to your hero. Okay. Stunned and 1 damage. Well, it's not ideal. Down to 5. Okay. And under fire. Surge, reveal the top card of the encounter deck. So we're going to get 2 more cards. That's fine. Found a combat knife. Gives him +1 attack. Captured by Hydra. There we go. Mood Knight shows up. Weapon Master. When revealed, the villain attacks you. If they have a weapon attachment, this card gains Surge. Okay, so we're getting another card. He's attacking for 3 base damage. 3 damage, huh? I mean, it could be up to 6, which, like, that's a whole lot. So maybe we have White Tiger block it. Because, like, we've got threat pretty much under control. It's fine. If you're in hero form, take 1 damage. Otherwise, place 1 threat on the main scheme. Okay. So someone takes 1 damage. I think it's Ant-Man. No, hold on. I think it's still Wasp. Yeah, because she got attacked. And then White Tiger dies. And we also get Assault. The villain attacks you. Give me a break here, guys. Come on. Alright, so, like, our whole turn next turn was based around being able to attack. But I feel like instead we have to, like, we kind of have to block. So, alright, so 3 damage. 4, 5 damage, yep. So we block 3 and take 2. Oof. Not great. Oh, you know what? We actually are going to use team building exercise to play rapid growth. I forgot you could use that on defense also. So since we're not going to be able to use it to attack next turn, so might as well use it now, you know. Right. So this comes over here. And Ant-Man is going to flip up to... is it going to do that? Hold on. Let me see what he's going to do. Alright, this has 5 threat on it. So, the question now is, how are we going to survive the next turn? Because we're both kind of low on health, and we don't have any allies to draw. Which is a real shame. It's a real shame. So, if y'all will give me just a minute, I'm going to run to the restroom, and we'll come back and see what we can do about Taskmaster in just a minute. So we are back. And the situation is looking a little dire here. So we just finished the villain turn. And the question is, how are we going to survive next turn? I feel like the answer might be to flip down to alter ego form, because like he's gonna scheme a couple of times, but like threat's pretty low, and we're both pretty low on life, so getting out from under some stuff feels all right. So I think Ant-Man, first off, is going to use Army of Ants to do that. He's going to flip down to Alter Ego, healing himself for 1. He's going to heal for 3, up to 9. And I think we're going to pay 4, get Avengers Mansion out, use Avengers Mansion to draw a card. We drew Wasp. We're going to discard Wasp because we can't play Wasp. All right. So this is what we call a rebuilding year. Because we kind of got behind the 8 ball a little bit. That's a real shame. But that's fine. So what are we gonna do? Team up, change your other hero form, ready your hero. Alright, so we're going to pay 2 and play Giant Help to remove a total of 4 threat divided among schemes as you choose if you're in giant form. We'll remove 4 from this one so we can grab that guy next turn. Then we'll flip down to Alter Ego, and we're going to shuffle a couple of cards back in to our deck with the mental resource on them. Just, you know, because we can, I guess. And that is it for her. So we're ready, everything up. Get ready to put a ton of threat on the old main scheme. So we're going to put 4 threat on here. Then we're going to do 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more threat. So we're at 5. That puts us at 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that puts us at 16 threat, which is not a great number. If we hit 24, we lose. But, you know, we had to get some life back. Then we get some counter cards. This one says the villain schemes. Cool. For 4 more. Great. Great. That's fine. Hopefully we don't get another advance right here. Hunted by Hydra. In Sight 1, 21 out of 24. When revealed, each player in hero form takes 1 damage and discards 1 card at random from their hand. Well, at least that doesn't happen. What is that? Okay. First player comes over here. 5. Forgot to draw our hands for next turn. Okay. Wasp helmet, pin particles. Giant help. Okay. Alright, so what are we doing now? That we're at least marginally less dead, but also now we're about to lose on threat. Ugh. This one got a little messy on us here. So first off, we're going to use Avengers Mansion to draw a card. So we've got, how much life does this guy have still? 16? Ugh. Alright, so we got to get out from under threat, like right now. We didn't draw the best cards for doing that. We're going to flip to Tiny Form, taking 2 damage in the process, and drawing a card. We're going to play Lay Down the Law, paying for it with a mental resource to remove 4 threat from a scheme. Also, when we flip to Tiny, we remove 1 threat from a scheme. Killing this, getting Moon Knight into our hand, allowing us to spend... Wait, hold on. So we play Moon Knight. We spend Wild Resource, and that lets us draw 2 cards, and spending Pin Particles in Tiny Form lets us draw a card. So we draw 3 cards total. Alright, so we're going to play Army of Ants. We're going to play let me rethink that Army of Ants. Hold on. This Army of Ants is going to do 1 damage, because why not? I'm going to play Heroic Intuition and Quake for 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's... well, hold on. So, Heroic Intuition and Quake. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and then we'll play Army of Ants for our last card. Do 1 more Army Advancing. Thwart for 2 there. Thwart for 1 there. And thwart for 4 with Ant-Man. Got some threat under control at least. Okay. Oof. We're trying to dig out from under here, but this one got dicey on us. Alright, so first off, Nadia Van Dyne heals for 3. And then shuffles 2 cards with mental resources back into her deck. We're going to choose Genius and Wasp Sting. Then she's going to flip to giant form and take no damage. You love to see it. Then we're going to spend 3 to play Pinpoint Strike. Before we do that, we're going to spend a fist and a mental to get rid of... Wait, hold on. Yep, to get rid of this stupid shield. Then we're going to spend 3 to play Pinpoint Strike and deal 7 damage. Down to 7 on phase 1. And yeah, I think that's all we got for this turn. So, tap everybody. We may or may not have successfully dug out from under there. I don't know. We'll see. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I feel like we're in a better spot now than we were, but, you know, only marginally, I guess. Redrew some allies and Relentless Assault. I mean, it's fine. Ant-Man exhausted his deck, so he's getting an encounter card. We're going to reshuffle. We need one more card here. And we do have a emergency heal 5. Like, I would really like to not have to use it right now, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. And we're looking for one more card here. We drew Giant Stomp. All right. So we got Giant Strength, Giant Stomp, Army of Ants, bunch of resources. All right, well, that certainly is something. Okay, so 2 threat on the main scheme, first off. Then we'll just say 4 threat on the main scheme, because we're not taking damage. We're taking enough damage when we flip. He becomes unstunned, Filbo, when he attacks, either by tapping to use his base attack or playing an attack event. But we haven't done that since he got stunned because we needed to handle threat, and thwarting is a different thing. So that's why he is still stunned. So the next time he attacks, he will become unstunned instead of executing the attack. Okay. Taskmaster attacks over here. We're going to block it with Quake. We block 4 damage. Quake, good job. Taskmaster is going to attack over here. We're going to block it with Moon Knight. 2, 3, 4, 5. Good job, Moon Knight. Encounter deck's empty, so we get a acceleration token on there. Then we're going to get some encounter cards, and hopefully we see another Captured by Hydra side scheme. Like, you really would like to see as many of those as you can before you beat this, because they give you extremely powerful cards for the next 2 scenarios, which are 2 very hard scenarios, basically. I mean, it wouldn't hurt in this scenario also, which is not going super swimmingly for us, to be honest. But, you know, we'll see what we can get. So, encounter card, encounter card. Hydra Soldier. Photographic Reflexes. When a player attacks Taskmaster, prevent all damage that would be dealt to Taskmaster and deal an equal amount of damage to that player's identity instead. Oh, great. Shadows of the Past also shows up. So we can see Wasp's Nemesis, which I haven't seen yet. It's Beetle. 1/1, 4 health, guard, force interrupt. When Beetle is defeated, choose to either spend a fist resource or shuffle Beetle into the encounter deck. Doesn't seem that bad. Mother's Orders. Starts with 4 threat. As an additional cost for each hero to make a basic attack, that hero must spend 1 of any resource. I mean, that's no good. Shuffle these other cards in here. Yeah, this minion isn't bad. That side scheme is no bueno, though. Whoop. Dropping stuff all over the place here. All right. So we both got guard minions now. So this comes over here, right? She's first this time. Okay. So deal 5 damage. 5 damage to a minion. I mean, that's fine. 2, 3. See what all I can afford to do here. All right, so we're going to pay 3, including Lightning Bolt, to get Valkyrie into play. She does 3 damage to a minion when she comes into play. Then we're going to attack. We have to spend a resource to do so. Does 3 damage. We can split it up however we want. So we'll do 1 there and 2 there. Killing Beetle. We don't have a fist resource, so they get shuffled back into the encounter deck. Oh, it should be 1 more on there because it's 2, 3, 4. So we will definitely be seeing Beetle again. You know what? We'll also only do 2 there, and we'll spend 1 on Taskmaster because that lets us ping this photographic reflexes off, and only do 1 damage to ourselves in the process. And then Valkyrie attacks for 2, killing this Hydra Soldier and dealing an encounter card to Ant-Man. And what does Ant-Man have going on these days? I mean, he's stunned, right? So we'd really like to get rid of this. Well, first off, he's going to use Avengers Mansion to draw a card. We drew Wrist Gauntlets, which is actually not bad. Well, it would be really not bad if we had 2 fist resources, but we don't currently. All right, so Valkyrie got 1 of those. We're going to use 1 resource to play Wrist Gauntlets. We're going to use 1 resource to play a 3rd army of ants. we're going to tap Wrist Gauntlets 2 and spend two energy resources to confuse Taskmaster. Very confusing, these gauntlets. We're going to use these 3 ants to do 3 damage. Down to 4 health. Ant-Man is going to attack to get rid of this stun. And then flip down to Scott Lang. Healing 1 damage. Whoop. And I think that's all we got. Yep. Okay, so everybody will ready up. Draw some cards. Ant-Man's got clear the area, counterintelligence, under surveillance, giant stomp, team building exercise. All right. Not bad, not bad. Wasp, on the other hand, what's she gonna do? 2, 3, 4. Power of aggression, Pim particles, energy, Hulk, and Tigra. Well, looks like she's playing some allies. It's fine. Okay. So 3 threat on the main scheme. I don't know why I took that one off of there. 3 threat on the main scheme. It's at 16 currently. So we can either each take a damage or put more threat on there. I think at this point we're each going to take a damage because this is not in a great place to put more threat on there currently. Then Taskmaster is going to attack Wasp. Valkyrie's going to block it. 3, 4 damage. Taskmaster would scheme here, but instead becomes unconfused. And we get some encounter cards. The villain attacks you. Well, that's not great. Yeah, that's not great. I think we're going to block this one. So 3 damage. Ooh. 6 damage coming in. So we take 3 down to 4. Then over here, Beetle shows back up. Great. And another Captured by Hydra shows up. This one has Electra underneath it. Alright. This comes over here. And what are we going to do about it is the question. First off, we're going to heal for 3, putting us up to 10. Then we're going to draw a card. We drew Swarm Tactics. Not a great card versus Taskmaster, to be honest. Because you take damage every time you flip, you know? So I think it might be worth doing, though. Well, actually, hold on. We're already tabbed, so maybe change your other hero form. Hero action, huh? 2, 3. Yeah, alright. So, Ant-Man is going to flip to giant form. Deal 1 damage to Beetle. And take 3 damage for the privilege. I mean, that's great. Why wouldn't that happen? Oh, you know what? Annoying. Basically, I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of this side scheme this turn. I'd like to play clear the area and swarm tactics to flip down and ready so I can thwart, right? In addition to that, I would like to also play giant stomp, but I don't think that part is actually going to work. So we're just going to do what we can. We're going to play swarm tactics to flip to our other hero form and ready. Getting rid of a threat off of a scheme. And taking no damage. You'll love to see no damage every once in a while. We'll use 2 to play under surveillance on this to up the threat threshold to 28 for us to lose. And then we will thwart for 3. And play clear the area to remove 2. Which removes the last 2, which lets us draw a card. We drew Jessica Jones. We're going to play Elektra. Spend a fist resource. When you play her, you can spend a fist resource to deal 3 damage to an enemy. We will deal 3 damage to Beetle, who will get shuffled back into the encounter deck. Do, shoveling up a Beetle. And I don't know, man, this one's going places. I feel like we're sort of holding it together, but it's, it's a little rough. We've also got 3 army of ants. Oh, also, hold on. When we flipped to giant form, we got to heal 2. When we flipped to tiny form, we got to draw a card. In tiny form, we're going to spend 2 lightning bolts and exhaust wrist gauntlets to confuse the enemy. We're going to use our 3 ants to do 3 damage. Down to 1 life. And what does anything happen when we flip to stage 3? Deal each player an encounter card. So yes, something does happen. Like the question is, giant, yeah, heal 2. Yeah. Okay. Elektra will attack. And knock this guy out. So he's flipping to form 3. Starts with 34 life. And like we need to handle this dude. We can't be hanging out here forever like this. Deals us each an encounter card when he flips. that's all Ant-Man's got. And actually we'll do that in a different order. So she attacks, and then 2 army of ants do 2 damage. So we don't waste that damage. Do it in a more efficient manner, you know? So we come over to Wasp. Wasp is going to spend... she's going to use team building exercise, spend some Pim particles to play Hulk, and heal for 2, up to 6. Then we'll play these to play Tigra. Tigra will attack for 2. Hulk will just hang out. And she's going to flip down to Alter Ego. And ready up. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pinpoint strike, 2 wasp stings, relentless. Wow, a bunch of events basically is what we drew there. What's Ant-Man got going on? 2, 3, 4, 5. White Tiger, you love to see it. Quinn Carrier, Mockingbird. All right, not too shabby. So first off, 3 threat on the main scheme. 15, 16, 19. We each take 1 damage. Having noticed that we can't afford to put more threat on the main scheme. Taskmaster attacks over here. We're going to have Hulk block it. So it's 4 damage, 5 damage. Just enough to kill Hulk. Really wish it would have been 4 instead of 5. Then Taskmaster schemes over here, but instead becomes unconfused. Ooh, excuse me. We get some more encounter cards. Hopefully, we can survive these 4 encounter cards right now. Gang up. The villain and each minion engaged with you attacks you. Okay. We're going to have Tigra block this particular attack. So 4. If you're in hero form, take a damage. All right. So 4 damage is blocked by Tigra. We still take 1. And Hydra sidearm. All right. +1, and his attacks are ranged and piercing now. Great. Cool, cool, cool. We should probably get rid of those at some point. Hunted by Hydra in Sight 1. Oof. So that's 20 out of 28 currently. We are not in... oh, wait, hold on. Each hero in hero form takes 1 damage and discards 1 card at random from their hand. Come on. See what we discard for our boy. Excuse me. For our boy Ant-Man over here. We discard Mockingbird. Not the worst. Not the worst thing that could happen. And exhaustion. Exhaust your identity card. I mean, no. Taskmaster's training camp. Forced response. After a minion enters play, give it a tough status card. Wow. Okay. Exhausting there really hurts because she really needed to heal, you know? She really needed to heal. But I guess she doesn't get to. So let's see what she can do. She can play... She can use team building exercise and pay 1 lightning bolt to play Wasp with 2 life. Wasp will attack for 3. Down to 27. And then, I mean, I think we can just do pinpoint strike. Ugh. Because, like, the question is, can we afford to stay in Alter Ego one more turn? And I think the answer is no, not at all. But maybe we can get enough threat off of here. Because, like, she really needs to heal up, right? But then basically her entire turn is wasted if we do that. So we're just going to flip and hope for the best, I guess. It'll be fine. She takes no damage from flipping. We spend 3 to play Pinpoint Strike and deal 7 damage. Down to 20. Yeah, we just gotta hope we can power this guy down before before not healing there kills us, basically. Okay, so what's Ant-Man gonna do? First off, Ant-Man's gonna thwart for 4 and get rid of this stupid training camp thing. Then we're gonna play White Tiger. We're gonna, well, Alright, well, White Tiger comes in. We're gonna play the Quinn Carrier before we play her for 3 resources. Exhaust the Quinn Carrier to remove 3 threat from a scheme. She thwarts, removes 3 threat from a scheme. Come on. Electra attacks for 3 damage, down to 17. 3 Army of Ants. Does 3 damage, down to 14. Avengers Mansion, which we forgot to do at the beginning of our turn, draws 1 card that we don't care about. So we discard it. Easy enough. And we ready all these things up. Draw some cards. Wasp is shuffling her deck, getting her an encounter card. And so he's got 14 life, so hopefully we can put him to bed this turn. Hopefully. We'll see. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. See what Wasp gets. Yeah, this scenario is rough for these 3-form heroes specifically. But hopefully we can pull it through. Wasp draws Ant-Man, Ally, Valkyrie, Dropkick, Relentless Assault, and Brawn. Alright. And Ant-Man, 2, 3, 4, 5, draws Nick Fury, Clear the Area, Agent Coulson, Pym Particles. Alright. Not the worst. Wouldn't have minded seeing a giant stomp in there or something to do some burst damage, but hopefully we can make it work. So, 3 threat on the main scheme. putting it at 17. I think we're gonna put 2 more threat on the main scheme, question mark. Well, no. We'll each take a damage. I think we got enough allies out here to hopefully not take damage right now. Alright, so Taskmaster attacks over here. Wasp blocks it. Wasp blocks 6 damage. Taskmaster attacks over here. White Tiger is going to block this one. So 5, 6, 7. Then get some counter cards. Ooh, starting to fade on some Marvel here. We get a Hydra regular, puts 1 threat on the main scheme. And the final Captured by Hydra comes out. Maybe we can get all 4 of these guys. Shang-Chi's under there. The question is, can we like loiter long enough to make that happen? And Beetle Armor Mark IV. Attach to Beetle if able. If you cannot, attach to the villain. The attached character gets +4 hit points. Well, that's annoying. He's up to 18. He's up to 18. Okay. This comes over here. Let's see what we got. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we could just get Nick Fury out here, who would remove 4 threat. Alright, well, first off, we're going to remember to draw a card with Avengers Mansion. We got Lay Down the Law. So, we're going to... First off, we're going to Army of Ants for 3 damage, down to 15. I don't think we can get him this turn, because we didn't draw any like big damage events or anything. So we gotta pull 1 more turn here. And if that's the case, we're gonna flip to giant form. Just gonna heal us for 2, and then we're gonna take 1 damage down to 6. And we're going to play Lay Down the Law using Pim Particles, which is going to remove 4 threat from the main scheme and heal us for 2. Oh, also we do 1 damage when we flip up, so that's down to 14. Then we attack for 3, down to 11. Use Quinn Carrier. To play Clear the Area. Remove 2 threat from this. Then we're going to use those 3 resources to put Coulson into play. Coulson is going to thwart for 2. Elektra is going to attack for 3. Down to 8. I might roll back that thwart if we need to attack instead, because we might actually be able to kill him this round. Let me see how much damage we can do over here. 2, 3, 4, 8. 4, 8. We can do 8. 2. We can do exactly 8. So we don't get that last ally because we need 8 damage. We can do 8 damage. So she attacks for 2, 3, 4, bringing him down to 4. And then we play Dropkick, pay for it with those. To do 4 damage to an enemy, stun them and draw a card. They don't have to get stunned because 4 damage kills them. Whew. That one was spicy. I honestly thought things were going south on that one for us, but we pulled it out in the end. So let's see what we get. Victory. Each player who rescued one or more allies from the Taskmaster encounter set adds those allies to their deck. Yep, okay, so we get those allies, basically. What's going on, Taskmaster? How did Hydra conquer New York City? It's not just New York, babe. Hydra rules all of America now. Madam Hydra brought Zola the Reality Stone. Then the Doctor used its power to put Hydra in charge. Where is Zola now? He set up shop on Ellis Island. Rumor has it he's doing weird experiments there, trying to develop the perfect soldiers for Hydra. I've heard enough. Let's go get him. So, the next scenario is versus Zola, and he is a real tough cookie. So, we'll see how that goes next time. But I think we're going to call it there for the night. I'm running out of steam personally. But thanks a lot for hanging out. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. I'm glad we could pull out 3 wins there after the pretty rocky start, losing to Crossbones in the first scenario. But I feel like we pulled it back together and made some moves, you know. So, again, thanks a lot for hanging out. Thanks, Will Haig and Tamalavach for the new follows. If you guys are still hanging out, much appreciated. And we'll be back Wednesday at 6. I'm not sure if I'm going to finish this out Wednesday, play the last 2 scenarios, or possibly play something else and finish this out later. But either way, we'll figure it out, I'm sure. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, you guys. Philbo, have a great night. Yeah, thank you, Tamalavach. I'm very sorry that I'm not pronouncing that correctly. However it's supposed to be pronounced. It's probably not how I'm pronouncing it. But thanks a lot for hanging out. I very much appreciate it, you guys. And I'll catch you guys next time.